Testing. Testing. I think this might be the first time that you can hear me, if you can hear me at all. Well, it sounded good in my ears. What? Testing. Testing 1, 2. I am believing that mix A is going out of Studio One. Here we go again. Yep. Gotta work through it. I can't find the logo. Studio 17. There it is. Testing. All right, playback. Stop playback. Testing. Testing. All right, good. So far, so good. Music. Podcast. All right, now, on the music, I think I want that muted. Now, I need to monitor mix A. Hold on. Okay, I can see that mix A is definitely bouncing up and down. Out 3, 4. Let me bring that down for a minute. Now, I got audio on out 1, 2. They got me on this one. Why? Because I did so much device juggling that I have to restore my broadcast to its default condition. Initial condition. So let's go down the list. Microsoft Edge 7.8. Check. All right. OBS browser page 7.8. I don't even use it anymore. Oculus Dash 5.6. Steam No. Voclia Doubler. Voice Access. That's a good question right there. I'll put it on 7.8. Windows Media Player 3.4. Second instance 3.4. Alright. Now, voice access input device. Line in microphone 1, 2. All right, I think my stuff is set up. Now, mix A and B, OBS Studio. I think this is supposed to be mix A. Uh-oh. This is a challenge. I'm gonna leave that alone for now. Okay. Let's go back. Whoa. All right, now let me double check my Studio One options. Audio setup. Do it. Options. Did that pop up anywhere? No. Advanced? No. Locations? No. General? No. External devices. That's set up. If I hit options, no. You just say, okay, leave that alone. Now, where is it? Did I get my IO? There. Testing, okay. It looks like my inputs are still set up. Mic is an input, audio left and right is a stereo input auxiliary. Input 1 stereo left and right, loop back 2 L, R, and then input L plus R, loop back 3. Alright, they didn't break that. I think that was the reason why I'm concerned is the Lua USB audio driver was one of those that I had to remove and replace, but looks like Studio One kept. Output is going to out 1, 2 and out 7, 8 for the monitor. Now I do have a concern, but that should be correct also. So I'll just say okay to that. Alright, so podcast is definitely here, and music is coming in. The meta games. I need to launch Microsoft Flight Simulator so I can see output toggling. So, on the game channel, I want to make sure that I didn't break everything, but I have a sneaking suspicion that I might have some audio issue. And that's what happens when you're engineering audio and then you decide, okay, I'm gonna go live, and then you're like, well, are you able to? I don't know, man. All right, out 3, 4, I have it muted. But the thing that's concerning me is that mix A and mix B are bouncing up and down. And also I see my music going out on channel 1, 2. And I don't really feel as though it should be. And the other thing that's interesting, I added these tracks right here, and they're bouncing too. But I see music is bouncing, and I see these bouncing because they're being fed by the left, right. That's why. All right. So now I gotta mute those maybe. And now my music has disappeared from my ears and I'm listening to either mix. Whoops. I hate it when that happens. Okay, let me go ahead and resize that window again. So this is the stuff that I have to do just to be set up. All right. If I let mix B play in the room, mix B, yep. All right, now, if I mute mix B, mute mix A. All right, so mix A is the mix that actually matters right now. So let me increase this. Testing. All right, there's a sound. Okay, good. So now I know that mix A, at least it has this audio on it. So that's still functioning the way it was. Check. Okay, so little by little. Okay, does the game audio show up? I just maximized the gain. Okay, hopefully it didn't break anything. And let me get voice access out of here for now. Now, I don't hear any gain, but that should appear here if Microsoft Flight Simulator is still mapped. Alright, and it doesn't appear to be. Output device is 5.6 for the game. Okay, so I'm going to assume that that's okay. I think I want that on 5.6 also. And I really don't use Steam audio for anything. Okay. I don't know what this is. FSUIPC7 simulator available, trying to connect. I have no idea what that is. Let me screenshot that. Give me a keyboard. Windows Shift S. Be able to return to that. That's a distraction right now. Okay. Now, testing. All right, I do have audio, so I could see it. I see the music and I see me talking. Okay, so now I feel that the whole opening of my broadcast never really went through. So let me say creative engineering, controlling Microsoft Flight Simulator with Studio 1.7 from PreSonus with the PreSonus Atom and the PreSonus Atom SQ, the M Audio Oxygen Pro Mini, the Pioneer DDJ 200, and the Korg Nano Pad 2. 5 MIDI controllers to control the aircraft and the menus in Microsoft Flight Simulator. music provided by Clipchamp, royalty-free music provided by Microsoft for content creators. Microsoft for content creators, approved for use on YouTube. And I have some original music which I probably won't be playing today until I get my broadcast kind of arranged and set up. But the goal for 2025 is the ability to use my digital audio workstation and MIDI controllers to control the flight simulator. On this channel, I like to race Dirt Rally 2 and fly Microsoft Flight Simulator, in this case, Flight Sim 2024, which was released November the 19th. Okay, I'm your host, Nick Arthur Knight, aka Nightbat341, and I'll likely be creating a channel for my music visualizations, music that I will be creating for my stream and syncing to Microsoft Flight Simulator and various AI generated footage for music videos. Production is part of my goal for 2025, and spending more time in the simulator, in this digital twin we call, Flight Simulator 2024, digital twin of planet Earth, with lots of, flyable, real world, quote unquote, study level, general and commercial aircraft. In addition to balloons and gliders. I guess gliders are aircraft and balloons are airships. Helicopters also in the simulator. And photogrammetry and perhaps all sorts of other 3D scan techniques like, Gaussian splatting to create photorealistic imagery of buildings and park spaces and bridges and all sorts of wonderful things like that. It's a great simulator, got characters in there animating now, more so than the pilots were in Flight Sim 2020, and I'm looking forward to bringing Alicia Keys on stage, in addition to several other fictional artists at various venues throughout planet Earth here in the simulator. That's a stretch goal for 2025. We're going to see if we can do that and get some really cool visuals for music visualizers. So it'll be interesting to see how things roll. But as I work through the process, I will be live streaming it likely on this channel, the process. So this is Creative Engineering 101. I'm your host, Nick Arthur, the instructor. I do have tenure, which means that I will be, taking tangents on the roads and off ramps and cul-de-sacs and roundabouts, and eventually we'll probably end up in a dead end or two. We'll just back this puppy up, vroom vroom, we'll get it back out on the track and eventually cross the finish line or put it down on the runway. How about that? Dirt Rally 2, Microsoft Flight Simulator on this channel. Studio One, how about that? Definitely, we'll be making use of that. Auto Tune, how about that? Metatunes, was that Slate Digital? What else will we be using on this broadcast? PreSonus Impact. We use this broadcast so that we can trigger sounds in addition to sync keyboard shortcuts over the Microsoft Flight Simulator to control the aircraft and various aspects of the simulator. 5 MIDI controllers, 1 DAW, Studio 1.7. My PreSonus Sphere, check it out. I think it's only about 15 to 20, somewhere 15 to $20 a month. And you get Studio 1.7, all the plugins you need. Sample packs and educational videos from Gregor and Joe Gilbert. How about that? Instructional materials to support your product line and platform. So hopefully this year I will relearn Studio One I've forgotten a lot of keyboard shortcuts in Studio One. Put it down for a while, but I'm picking it back up now that I figured out that I can control my aircraft with my MIDI controllers. Alright, so what I want to do right now is I want to pause this to see if I hear any menu music. And the current answer is resoundingly no. What? No audio, but I see it bouncing around on 5.6. Let me be quiet. And reason about why I do not hear it going out on mix A. Let me mute mix A, mute it, and bring it back. All right, now let me increase the volume of the menu music. Let me advance. I did hear a click. I'll go to menu music. Maybe I turn menu music off. I don't want to go to career mode. Free flight. Silence is golden. All right, we're going to go to St. Bart's. So if I do decide to take to the air for some strange testing is a good reason. Some strange reason, I won't have a long way to go. Where's St. Bartholomew Island? Off east of Puerto Rico. All right. Southeast of St. Martin. All right. I'll just go ahead and start it on the runway because I'll be able to hear it if it's already up and running. Runway 10. I did hear clicks. Yes, I think we have audio. All right, set as departure. Did I get it? Am I on runway 10? I hope so. And start flight. All right, we must have aircraft to map controls. All right, so the setup, hardware, pass-through mode. Here's everything that has a light is going to be hopefully part of the effort to control the simulator and the aircraft. All right, so it looks like we are loading, and I do hear music again. Do I see output in OBS Studio? Let me mute my mic. I do hear Microsoft Flight Simulator output. I'm probably going to have to dial it back as soon as the aircraft goes live. All right, let's see. All right, so we have music controls. I can hit play. Monitor the output level. I can bring that down a little bit. All right, good. Check my microphone placement. It's below me. Oh, that's the optical illusion. The camera's above me, so it's looking like the mic is lower than it actually is. All right, that's an interesting optical illusion. Optical illusion? Yeah. Where am I? I think I'm a decent distance, but it does sound a bit low to me. It sounds low. All right, so I think we have the primary three outputs right now. I'll open up this. Let's see if we can get Copilot to talk. I will be leveraging the AI. I uninstalled so many drivers, I don't know. Anything that was associated with music, MIDI, and audio got taken out. USB
Tango
stuff.
Foxtrot Foxtrot Juliet Traffic Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 910 taking off runway 10 straight out departure.
Alright, it sounds like Holmes is talking, which is good. Alright, now let's see if we can get into VR. I can do this in the cockpit. Alright, we are in the cockpit. That's good. Let me apply brakes. We're ready to fly. See, this is the thing I'm trying to combat. Having to switch modes all the time and move things. Then this window right here is Microsoft Flight. Let me pop that out. This one, I always have to click on to give it focus so I can send keyboard inputs to the app. I'm trying to not have to do that anymore. So I'm like, what can I make the MIDI controllers do for me? Alright. Alright, I'm in the aircraft. And I do have the ability to move windows. I think I'll get them up in the air. Maybe I'll stick to my convention to put anything I consider an icon off to the left side. Broadcast must be seen at all times, and music levels. I think what I'll do is I'll move it like this. Okay, I think I have audio now. The first 10 to 15 minutes I may not have had audio in my live stream. I'm not monitoring chat yet because I got enough to manage right now. Okay, so we'll go with something like that for now. And make sure everything I'm going to need is spin. So it sticks around when I get out of meta menu mode. Multitasking, real multitasking. How about that? Courtesy of Meta. Alright. Check. Alright, I'm in the aircraft. Does it fly? You know what I mean? Like, what did I break in this process? I really do want to know. Hopefully nothing else. Alright. I do hear audio. My basic controls menu has showed up. Alright. And what about my VR menu? Somebody's coming in or departing. Did somebody just go through me and I wasn't watching? He's like, yo, dude, you're on the runway. I'm like, oh yeah, I know, I'm sorry. Because this button, whoops. Alright, well, I don't know what that button's mapped to. Alright, my brakes. I can't find my parking brake. I did, found it. Okay. It's been a while. It's been about a week since I've been in the air. Alright. I hear the engines and I'm monitoring the broadcast. Alright. The aircraft is responding to my controls. That's a good thing.
Don't sink, don't sink, don't sink, don't sink.
Which means that eventually it should respond to my MIDI controller. Now, the flight control surfaces like the rudder, the ailerons, and the flaps, I don't really intend to map, although I think I'm gonna map the discs on my DJI 200 DJ controller to maybe be rudder and elevator trim. You know, so I could have trim wheels. And then mostly autopilot stuff to start, right? So buttons on my Atom and Atom SQ to control camera views probably, and autopilot. Although I may put air traffic controls on DJI 200 also. They seem to be closely, well, they're situated relatively close. Situated closely? That's a good question. They are situated. That would be a verb, right? Closely. Oh boy. Whatever happened to that class? English? Yeah. I think they're situated closely to my right hand, to my HOTAS joystick, which means I would be able to quickly answer air traffic by hitting buttons. I noticed I was looking through the keyboard mapping, so the keyboard bindings in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, and apparently they have 8 keys that you can use to select one of 8 responses when the air traffic controllers talk to you. So I was like, oh man, I could just move my fingers right across. Yep, I'm feeling those buttons right now. You probably would have to, I mean, I'm trying to do that without looking, right? Because I'm in VR and the whole idea here is to remain immersed. So you need to have muscle memory, spatial awareness to know where stuff's at. You know, so you don't have to take the headset off or look under, you know, the little gap between your face and the mask, or enter pass through in order to select stuff, or go reaching for a controller in order to click on the menu. I just want to slide my hand to the right and click one of these 8 buttons for the 8 responses. So that's definitely something that hopefully I get used to. Yeah, I feel them. And the same thing with engaging and disengaging autopilot. Although I have a button that's on my throttle, but sometimes I have to hunt for the autopilot master switch. But I have a button right here that I don't even really have to take my hand off the stick to press. Engage autopilot, disengage autopilot. I might also use that for activating nav mode. But those are the goals, because anytime I have to go reach for that controller, it breaks immersion. It makes me feel like, oh man, come on, really?
Stalled.
Can I stay out of the water? I wanted to get it down no matter what on that go round. I wasn't really monitoring my speed and everything. I just wanted to chill at the beach. I wanted to get on it, get on the task. Alright, so I have audio and I have an airplane that wants to fly, which is good. And I have sand in my eyes. My controls still function, that's good. Drone mode, everything's still solid. Alright, so we're trying to kick up some sand or kick things on. Alright, and slow down drone speed. Still works. Apparently he's got a bunch of boxes to deliver. What's up, man? Doing alright? Yeah, that's good. No pictures today, alright? I got some work to do. Can you hear me? Oh yeah, you can? Alright, cool. Yeah, man. Aerial advertising. Oh, wait a minute. Do you have a hook? How do you pick up the banners? Is that what this is? Is that where they hook the... Is that all that holds it? Nah, man. Gotta be something stronger than that, right? Nah, it must be. Wow. Interesting. I'd like to find out a mission like that. I gotta get back to career mode at some point so I can actually do some aerial advertising. Alright, cool. We are ready to, not really. Do what? The hard stuff. It's not really hard. You just gotta be ready to roll. I guess I'm working at the beach. Can I cut the engine and just chill at the beach? Alright, let's go in the cockpit. I remember how to do that. And starve the engine for fuel. Alright, how would I do such a thing? Well, I could do a couple things. Fuel shut off. Alright. Apply parking brakes. Apply parking brakes. Alright. Turn off the warning. Cut avionics. Oh, wait. I probably don't want to cut avionics. I don't need that. Hide the yoke. Alright. Alright, sitting at the edge of the runway at Gustav III International. No, it's not international. It's a local regional airport. Gustav III on St. Bartholomew or St. Bart's Island. Alright. Let's see. Control. Alright. I might have to adjust that at some point. Okay, so how do we achieve the outcome? Well, before we do, we're going to discuss the tools that we're going to be using. All right. Desktop. All right. Now, how do I do it? We want to, let's look at the audio real quick. We want to make sure, should I keep an eye on the broadcast to see what is in view? Are those windows in view? Yes, they are. All right, good. All right, so I guess I could go outside for this, if I remember how. That's the thing, I'm always guessing what my shot looks like. Put it right in the middle. Alright, there's my shot. There's my audio. Now. Alright, cool. We're at St. Bart's. How about that? Okay, we're at St. Bart's. I got some windows, and what I need to do is ask a question of Copilot. Okay. Alright, so right now nothing else matters. I can close these settings. Microsoft Edge browser. Alright, so one of the tools that I'm using is Loop MIDI. Required for Windows only. Loop MIDI is required on Windows to create a virtual loopback MIDI port that Shove will send data to. Your DAW will be configured to listen on this virtual port so Shove can communicate with it. There are alternatives to Loop MIDI, but it's freeware and really simple to set up. It's highly recommended. So download and install Loop MIDI, and there's a zip file, right? So what are we talking about here? Somebody's blog, but this is what Loop MIDI looks like. All right, this little window, it opens and then it minimizes to the windows. I don't know, what do you call that? This little area over here, somewhere? Not over here. So no, the monitor. This area right here. This icon right here is Loop MIDI. Alright. It's a little free utility. And I'm gonna click configure. And when I do, this little tiny window pops open. What do? I made a MIDI loop back port. And I named it key to key loop MIDI port. And it shows you how much data has been transmitted on that key to key loop MIDI port. And that's all I did. I clicked the plus. I said that I wanted to create a new one. And then I renamed it. But actually, you have to name it first, right? Because if I click again, it's going to take that name. So you really have to name it before you create it. And then you can delete them, right? You can create as many as you want. I only need one for this effort. What? To control Microsoft Flight Simulator with my various MIDI controllers. Right? So Loop MIDI is tool 1. And you can read more about it. So, Copilot. Hello? Alright, Copilot's open over here. And then I want to hit pop it out. And then she goes to the browser, I think. Am I rusty? Have I lost Copilot? There's Copilot. Alright, now, if I hit the microphone, there. Opportunity to check audio. I don't hear her talking. I think she's coming out on 7.8. Let me hit refresh on the browser. Alright. Let me X out. Now I have concerns. Refresh. Yep. This is a little challenging to be crazy. Let's start all over. Okay. I close that. I'm in the browser. I click this. And now, what I don't see about Copilot right now is I used to believe that I had a button to make it full browser, not just off to the side. But I don't see that button. Let me hit X and then hit it again. It's like it's sharing space. Let me click this one and close that one and then click the mic. Alright, let me close this. Maybe I'm confusing it. Alright, let me pull my audio over to this monitor and loop MIDI to the working desktop. And looks like loop MIDI EXE has an issue. And I don't need light control replay. Alright. Now, what's going on with you? Whoops. Alright, loop MIDI, did I kill it? Windows. Loop MIDI app. Alright. It's functional. Okay, Copilot is not doing what Copilot does. I hear the sound. Let's see if I got mic input. Now this is a problem. I can't feed it inputs.
Good morning, Nick.
Oh, there it
What's on your
is.
mind this early?
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Nick. What's up?
All right, let me increase your volume. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. How about now?
Yeah, you sound good too.
Great to hear. Thanks for tuning me up. What's on your agenda today?
Well, this is a good one. I'm sitting at Gustav III Airport on the beach side. Are you there? Okay. So, I paid for the pro version of Copilot, the subscription, but she's not talking. So, I'm concerned. Now, refresh.
Welcome back, Nick. How can I make your morning a bit brighter?
Okay. Is there a tool that I can use to create loopback MIDI ports so that I can route MIDI to multiple devices?
Yep. Loop MIDI is a popular choice for creating virtual MIDI ports on Windows. It lets you route MIDI signals between software and devices. No problem. Give it a go.
What about mapping MIDI key presses to Windows keystrokes? Copilot. Yeah. I'm just not too thrilled with the service. The quality of service is surprisingly low for something built into not only my browser but my desktop. I mean, it's the desktop version. Is there a utility that I can use to map MIDI key presses to Windows keystrokes?
Yes, there are several utilities that you can use to map MIDI key presses to Windows keystrokes. Here are a few options. Coyote MIDI. This utility allows you to translate incoming MIDI messages to keystrokes, mouse clicks, MIDI messages, or custom scripts. It has a clean and intuitive interface and supports complex key combinations and multi-step macros.
I'm using the second
MIDI
one.
Key to Key. This free software lets you turn any MIDI event into a keyboard action on your computer. It can send key combinations, start applications, and control various actions on your PC. It also supports multiple settings and can work in the background. M2KB MIDI to Keyboard Mapper. This program allows you to map MIDI keys to keyboard keys. It is useful for applications that do not support MIDI input devices. These utilities can help you achieve the functionality you need by mapping MIDI key presses to Windows keystrokes. If you need further assistance, feel free to ask.
Okay, so that is the first order of business. Opening MIDI key to key, right? And hopefully that is the one I'm using. It was a whirlwind. M-I-D-I. All right, MIDI key to key. So we'll give it a try. Now, and loop MIDI, right? So let me minimize that one. We'll simplify. And I will also foreground. Unfortunately, I didn't take that one all the way through. Let's go ahead and dock Studio One to the side. Uh-oh. Am I grabbing the wrong part of the window? Alright, let me just click it. Alright, so, well, that is my browser back there. Alright, let me minimize the browser too. And request casting. I'm going to shift follow distracting movement windows. I'm going to Windows shift left arrow, that's the other monitor. Alright. Now we're talking. I could probably minimize that. Cover up as many icons as possible on my desktop. Alright. Go. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, class is in session. I'm your host, Nick Arthur 9, aka 9bat341 in the air. And well, we're going to be doing some creative engineering. Mapping MIDI controller inputs. We've got several MIDI controllers here. We got the Korg NanoPad 2, the DJ200 from Pioneer, and we've got Atom SQ, Atom, as well as the M Audio Oxygen Pro Mini. And we would like to send not only those signals to PreSonus Studio One 7 to trigger audio playback from the Impact virtual instrument, but we would also like to convert those MIDI signals in the background to keystrokes using Loop MIDI and MIDI key to key, so we can forward them to Microsoft Flight Simulator and control various aspects of the aircraft, as well as simulator commands to trigger all sorts of wonderful behaviors, in case you're just tuning in to the broadcast as it seems to actually finally be functioning. Okay, so what I would like to do is get out of camera mode. Apparently I repositioned myself. I have to be careful what keys I hit, apparently. But there is an aircraft down there. Okay, so I'm going to start MIDI key to key listening, and I've already selected, I'll stop it again. MIDI key to key detects all MIDI ports on your machine. So I obviously have devices, MIDI devices, NanoPad, Oxygen Pro, a bunch of MIDI in and outs of the Oxygen Pro, the DJ200 DJ controller, Atom SQ, 002, which is my MIDI microphone, and the key-to-key loop MIDI port that we quickly created using loop MIDI. So all that is there and available for selection, and we're just going to go ahead and listen in on the key-to-key loop MIDI port. I'll go ahead and start this application, and if I depress a key, let's say for example the Atom SQ, alright, we can see that we get note on and off and the velocity value of the note C3. Right? C in the third octave. Okay. Probably most of us can hit that. Auto tune helps. Alright, so and the other controllers will also send input, and apparently space starts and stops it. Alright, now I'm hitting keys on the Oxygen Pro MIDI. So that has been mapped. Now, what did I do over here in Studio One? Well, I've created several tracks. And I'll go ahead and clear this. And we'll hit a couple of keys again just to make sure. And it's showing that the input's coming from the Oxygen Pro MIDI on channel 1. Right? So if I look at, since we're there, Oxygen Pro MIDI. Alright. Oxygen. I hear Erica. Alright, let's bring the gain volume down. Okay. Now. Alright, Studio One. So this is Studio One's built-in MIDI monitor. I can activate it by clicking that little button down and it says MIDI on and off. So get it out of the way for now. Here's the track with the currently active instrument in orange. Right? I can hide and show the instrument window in Studio One. I'll move that over to the main monitor. And Studio One Pro 7. So if I click that little orange icon, it'll show in high. And I can look at what's on the Atom SQ, and apparently they're all gonna open up on this monitor. Chord. Okay. DDJ 200. Uh-oh. Something went away. Thinking about it. Okay. The Doubler 2. These are my MIDI devices. Now, theoretically, I could use my voice using this Doubler 2 mic from Bachleader. Alright. Let's make sure I can find it. Right up there. Testing, da-da-do-ding. But that doesn't seem like it would be a very effective way to control an aircraft. Trying to hit a note. Like, if you're really, really good at hitting notes, maybe you could just use your voice and, sing. Hello, you're doing that. But that MIDI device is active. This also me making sure I didn't break my setup. Here's key to key. And apparently key to key, that little app over there also gets its own window. But I'm not really using that. And I think that's it, because after that is me working on my song track. Okay, so Atom. Yep. And Impact. So that's one way to switch through, hitting the little icons over there off to the right, or just activating the track and the instrument foregrounds over here. Well, wherever the window was last, depending. But Atom Impact, Atom SQ Impact, TJ 200, Chord, and Oxygen. Right? So you can click the pads and then everything goes away for a moment and hopefully comes back. Alright, so now I'm going to bring our music volume down a bit more. And so as I click through, I can sample the presets, and these are the presets. And we have all of these presets come from PreSonus. You know, my subscription to the PreSonus Sphere, or they come with, well, Studio One 7 Pro, which is also part of the PreSonus Sphere subscription for, I don't know, what's the actual price? Good question. What's the current price for a PreSonus Sphere subscription so I can use Studio One 7 Pro?
The current price for a PreSonus Sphere subscription is $14.95 per month. Alternatively, you can opt for an annual membership, which costs $164.95 per year. With a PreSonus Sphere membership, you get access to Studio One Professional, Notion, and nearly all PreSonus software, along with a library of masterclass videos, collaboration tools, and exclusive content. If you need any further assistance, feel free to ask.
There you go. So I get all this for 15, except for clicking it in VR for some reason. This never used to happen. I click on another instrument. So I can replace all of these sounds.
It sounds like you're
pads.
experiencing clicking issues in VR with Studio One 7. Here are a few steps you can try to resolve the issue. Adjust the buffer size. Go to Options Audio Setup Processing. Increase the buffer size to reduce the load on your CPU, which can help eliminate clicks and pops. Update audio drivers. Ensure that your audio interface drivers are up to date. Visit the manufacturer's website to download the latest drivers. Disable unnecessary plugins. Disable any plugins that are not essential for your current project. Some plugins can cause additional CPU load, leading to audio issues. Check sample rate. Ensure that the sample rate of your project matches the sample rate of your audio interface. Mismatched sample rates can cause audio artifacts. Optimize VR settings. Lower the graphic settings in your VR application to reduce the overall load on your system. Use a dedicated audio interface. If you're using the built-in audio of your VR headset, consider using a dedicated audio interface for better performance. If the issue persists, you might want to check the PreSonus forums or Gearspace for additional troubleshooting tips from other users who may have experienced similar issues. Let me know if you need any further assistance.
Alright, everything seems to be good. Except for that one. Now that it's loaded. I think it's loading the preset. But the CPU and disk and load down here is very, you know. Interesting. I can't trigger these with the click. I think you have to press and hold. And apparently with this, there's no good way to press and hold. These are loops, but one shots are fine. That's interesting to note. Yeah, I can't trigger the loops. Oops. Okay, so not going to be using loops. So this is the impact associated with my Korg. This is the one associated with my DDJ200. These are Atom and Atom SQ, and this is the Oxygen Pro Mini. So when I hit buttons, right, on the controllers, we're going to be triggering that stuff. Uh-oh, this one's freaking out. What goes? What's the deal with that? Unplug. Replay. Alright, now you're gonna imagine that I'm touching this thing and looking at the MIDI signals and see if that's the instrument thing. Stop and start this one again. Alright, so we know the loop MIDI is involved. I'll close this. It's not really going to display anything. It's just providing a service. I don't need to look at performance anymore. And I will reopen the MIDI monitor of Studio One. And so this window and this window, right? I'll put them next to each other. And I will hit the, here's the wheel. Hold on. I haven't memorized placement yet. Yeah. Alright. So that's the scratching ladder right here. Wheel. And the other wheel. Alright, now I should be getting signals for these buttons, and I am. Alright, so any button, I'm hitting those buttons right here. Any button I hit is giving me note on and off. Right? Now, let's go over and look at the DDJ200 impact and see if anything triggers. Nothing's triggering on these notes, right? So, but they are being signaled across. Stop. I wish this one had a clear button, but it doesn't. This one does. All right, so I'm back over there on my buttons. And here we go. What note is that? E0. F0, F sharp 0, G0. Next row, C0, C sharp 0, D0, D sharp 0. So those are 8 notes associated with these 8 buttons. So now, why is not triggering on the instrument? Because this is E2, right? So I need to make that E2, for example. Like, first of all, I have to figure out what side is going to be what. All right, if I'm holding my hand here and I want to talk to ATC, right, I have these buttons. And, all right, E0, F0, and then the next row up. So the next row up is C0, C sharp 0. So I might want to say that this note right here, where's my keyboard? Da 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 da. There it is. That note 0 that's going to be a C 0. Enter. Do they interpret that? This one is going to be C sharp 0. Enter. All right, so this one and this one, and unfortunately those are the two looping ones. I can't trigger them with the pointer, but I should be able to click them. What did I just hit? The wrong one. That's C. What? That's C minus 2. And C sharp minus 2. I don't know how I messed that up in my head. So let's change it. C minus 2. And I'm gonna get that. Enter. And this one, C sharp minus 2. Enter. All right. C minus 2, C sharp minus 2. Let's try it again. Now, don't have to let those loop. I can change these into one shots and then hit them. That's interesting. This one, oh, there's the one shot. Okay. This is helping me memorize the location of these buttons. But I wouldn't want a long loop on there. So I would probably want to go and, you know, I don't know, get something different. Let's see, a bass kit. What's that gonna be? Might not want a bass kit either. If it has loop, I don't want it. I think I want to get drums. Just something simple. Do y'all have like something just called basic drums? like a city kit. All right, so I'm gonna have to find something that I can consider easy kit. Okay, something like that. Let's try that. All right, yeah, let's walk through this. Good, the easy kit. Now, let me just hit the buttons. Only problem is, when you load a kit, what do? They change everything. This goes from C sharp, C1, C sharp 1, D1, D sharp 1, E1, F1, F sharp 1, G1, G sharp 1, A1. Okay, so C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D, right? And that's bank A. Is there anything on bank B? Yes. E, F. So what I want to do is I would prefer to be able to change the MIDI but a DDJ 200 is not really meant to be an instrument like that. Okay, so let's ask the question. Let me stop capture and clear this. All right, let's ask the question first. I have the Pioneer DDJ-200 music controller or DJ controller. I'm using it as a MIDI input to my digital audio workstation. I would like to know if it is possible to change the MIDI notes associated with the buttons as some sort of a preset so I can quickly restore it back to the default. Why? Because I don't want to have to change.
The Pioneer DDJ-200 is a DJ controller, but it can also be used as a MIDI controller for your digital audio workstation DAW. You can change the MIDI notes associated with the buttons using the MIDI mapping feature in your DAW or compatible software. To change the MIDI notes and create a preset, follow these steps. Open your DAW and load the MIDI mapping or control surface settings. Select the DDJ-200 as the MIDI input device. Map the buttons to the desired MIDI notes by assigning new values to each button. Save the mapping as a preset within your DAW. This will allow you to quickly restore it back to the default or any other custom mapping. For specific instructions on how to...
Okay, so there's no way to do it on the device itself. You either do it in Rekordbox, which I'm not using for this, or in your DAW. So the question then becomes, okay, I have opted to do it within the Studio One version 7 Pro digital audio workstation. I would like to use the Impact instrument. Now, the Impact has several sound sets that I can apply to the pads, and they all seem to start, I don't know, in bank A at C1 and range up to D sharp 2. I need to change those notes on all of the pads on all of the banks so it matches the DDJ-200. And then I would like to save the button mappings as a preset, but I still want to be able to switch all of the sound sets. Is that possible?
Yes, it is possible to change the notes for all the pads in Impact XT to match your DDJ-200 and save the button mappings as a preset while still being able to switch between different sound sets. Here are the steps to achieve this in Studio One 7 Pro. Open Impact XT. Load the preset you want to modify. Change the trigger notes. Click on each pad you want to change. In the Pad Edit section, locate the note field. Change the note to the desired note that matches your DDJ-200. For example, if the current note is C1 and you want to change it to C2, adjust the note accordingly. Repeat for all pads. Repeat the process for each pad in all banks A, B, C, etc. to ensure they match the notes on your DDJ-200. Save the mapping as a preset. Once you have made all the changes, click on the preset name at the top of Impact XT. Select Save Preset As and give it a new name. This will save your custom note mappings. Switch sound sets. You can now switch between different sound sets while retaining your custom note mappings. The mappings will remain consistent as long as you use the saved preset. By following these steps, you can ensure that your DDJ-200's MIDI notes are correctly mapped to the pads in Impact XT, and you can easily switch between different sound sets without losing your custom mappings. If you need further assistance, feel free to ask.
Oh, that's a lot of notes to change. Now, only problem is I think I'm gonna need an image to show me where I can save my mappings as a preset. I clicked the text, but I'm not sure I'm clicking the appropriate text at the top of the impact.
Sure, I can help with that. Here's an image guide to show you where to save your mappings as a preset in Impact XT within Studio One 7. Open Impact XT and load the preset you want to modify. Click on the preset name at the top of Impact XT. This is usually located in the top left corner of the Impact XT interface. Select Save Preset As from the drop-down menu that appears. Enter a new name for your preset and save it. This should help you locate the correct text to click and save your mappings as a preset. If you need further assistance, feel free to ask.
I see buttons that read a little bit differently. I see store preset, store instrument, and FX preset, load preset file, import preset, export instrument, and FX preset, export sampler file, export preset, favorite, show in browser, update preset, and store as default preset. Can you explain what those do?
Sure. Here are the explanations for the buttons you see in Studio One 7 Impact. Store Preset saves the current settings of the instrument as a new preset. This allows you to recall these settings later. Store Instrument and FX Preset saves the current settings of the instrument along with any effects applied to it as a new preset. Load Preset File loads a previously saved preset file into the instrument. Import Preset imports a preset from an external file into the instrument's preset library. Export Instrument and FX Preset exports the current instrument and effects settings as a preset file that can be shared or backed up. Export sampler file exports the current sampler settings and samples as a file. Export preset favorite marks the current preset as a favorite and exports it for easy access. Browser update preset updates the preset in the browser with the current settings. Store as default preset saves the current settings as the default preset, which will be loaded automatically when the instrument is opened. These options allow you to manage and customize your presets effectively in Studio One 7 Impact. If you need further assistance, feel free to ask.
Can you link to the documentation? I cannot play YouTube videos on my stream.
Sure. You can find the documentation for Studio One 7, including Impact XT, on the Presonus support documents and downloads page. Additionally, you can access the Studio One 7 manual directly from within the software by following these steps. Open Studio One 7. Go to the Help menu. Select Studio One.
All right, great. At least I know how to do that. All right, so if I say store preset ... what is it going to do? Now, give it a name. Cosmic Chill 1.
When you select Store Preset in Studio One 7 Impact XT, it will save the current settings of the instrument as a new preset. This includes all the mappings, samples, and configurations you have made. Here is a brief explanation of the other options you mentioned. Store Preset.
All right, well, that one is only for this particular one. Store instrument and FX preset. Click that one. Name Cosmic Chill. Cancel. Click it again. Why? Export sample, export preset. Favorite, show in browser, update, store as default, check. So it looks like I'm just gonna name this that's my atom. I don't know that. Okay, good. I'm glad I saw that. All right, let's go back to the DJ. All right, cool. Now that's City Kit. So I'm going to click on that and say Store Presets. And now I'm going to give it a new name. I'm going to call that DDJ 200. Maybe NAN DDJ 200. Now, there it is. What folder is it in? It's in the Presonus folder. Is that true? lost it. What? How do you search for it? What folder is under modular kit? It's the same level as Artful Garage. It looks like it's in the preset folder. Nope, it's not. It's just hanging out loose leaf style. And it's alphabetized. Good. So if I click my preset, now I am required to make the note changes and then save it again. Is that all I need to do? Yes. Okay. I'm learning the process. So, dun dun dun. I wish I had a document, but I don't really need one. I just have to click these buttons. And I have to say 2 rows. And then I hit this one a bunch of times. That's C minus 2. C sharp minus 2, D minus 2, D sharp minus 2. That was easy. Enter. All right, this one's going to be C sharp minus 2. Enter. And this is going to be D sharp minus 2. Enter. All right. Now, clear. All right. Grab my stick. Move my hand over. This is the second row. E minus 2, F minus 2, F sharp, and G minus 2. Say what? Now, it seems to be the convention that fucked up. The convention is I'm going backwards. Alright, so fuck it. I'll bite the bullet right now. This is C minus 2. Enter. Alright. And that's C sharp. I'm going to use the arrows. Whoops. Minus 2. Enter. This one is going to be D minus 2. This is gonna be D sharp minus. I think it's gonna be easier this way. Enter. This is gonna be E. I'm looking for a keyboard. Let's just hit the buttons, no mistakes. All right. E minus 2, F minus 2, F sharp, G. All right, so this is going to be E. This is going to be F. F sharp G, right? I wish there was an easier way to do this. I'm already thinking text files somewhere. And a G. All right. Reach down and play. Well, save. Just in case we get that crash. Update. Now I'm hoping, what is update? Updates in the browser with the current settings. Sure, I hope so. All right. Suppose I say save. I'm waiting for that asterisk to go away. But I hit both. Update and save. Well, now I gotta go change it. Is there, oh, get rid of the asterisk. At the end. I think the asterisk was a problem. Now I should probably have two. No, I don't. Alright, let me select this and then select mine again and then click away. See that asterisk? That shit bothers me. That looks like it's saying, hey, this is dirty. That's like a universal symbol for dirty, requiring saving, right? But whatever, I'll worry about the asterisk later. So technically, All right, this program ceased functioning. MIDI key to key close the program. That's the only thing that concerns me, is that program, which has the one feature I want that I didn't find in the others, which is the ability to give it programs to execute. Because I need to write a I wrote it already, a PowerShell script, convert it to a .exe file that this thing can trigger when I click a particular button to foreground Microsoft Flight Simulator so that it will receive keyboard inputs. That's a big problem. Whenever I want to type into a text field, I can click on this keyboard all day long, but if the app doesn't have focus, it's not going into, the Flight Simulator text fields. And then I have to go and find a window, like, where is it? I minimized it. Microsoft Flight Simulator, I have to click it, then I have to come back and grab the keyboard and then type again. And I'm like, I need some way to click on MIDI keypad and execute a shell script that's going to foreground and focus Microsoft Flight Simulator, right? So I'd rather just reach over here to my, buttons. And I just found out I'm going to have one button for autopilot and the other one is going to be focus, because that's like literally right next to my joystick, which will always be in my hand. So I'm going to use nav mode. And that's right next to these buttons. Okay, so we just did these. So now I know that whenever I hit E2, for example, that's going to be response 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Or is it going to be easier for me to work my way up from the bottom? I think I'm going to work from the Okay, I can't look at it from this perspective because I made these mappings match the way they have a tendency to label, which is opposite. My bottom row on my controller is the top row here of these two rows. But those are the 8 buttons. Okay, so now I got to go to Microsoft Flight Simulator and find out what are those buttons. All right. I'm in drone mode. That's back to the cockpit. Okay. Apparently I drained the battery sitting here with everything on. But that's okay. All right. So now I need to go to keyboard. And now I need to search. And I hope when I go back, A, T, C. No, I don't have focus, right? So I'm surprised that that wasn't the first button that occurred to me to implement. Well, that'll be the next one. Okay, so now I'm like, oh man, I gotta go find Flight Simulator and foreground it. Click, it's foregrounded. Now I have to go back into here and I have to click in that field and then type after going back to the meta menu ATC. You see how painful that is? That's why I came up with this whole idea of using my MIDI keyboard to foreground this app. That's how this whole thing got started, was that whole dance I just had to do. I don't want to do that. And it's like, that's how games are. You have to give them focus, or any application for that matter. It has to be the focused app to receive keyboard input. But you're in VR and you're multitasking. So you're focusing other apps. Like I just focused this and now I wouldn't be able to type again. I have to focus back. So I want a MIDI button on my controller. Why? Because I don't know that you can launch like, that's the thing. What button would I hit on my keyboard to give Microsoft focus? Like anytime I hit, I don't know, I'm in Microsoft Flight Simulator, I hit F1, that's usually help, right? Like anytime my system receives a F1, it focuses Microsoft Flight Simulator if it's open and running on my desktop. Like that might be a solution too. Just straight up do it from Meta right there and then start typing. That's probably the next thing I would try. But I was thinking Steam Deck and MIDI controllers popped up, which I'm glad it did because I have lots of buttons to do stuff like this. Instead of trying to memorize all of these, I have something that's just sitting there waiting, waiting to be pressed. Instead of, I'm flying around right now. I have no keyboard. I'm in Microsoft Flight Simulator mode. I'm not in meta mode. So I don't have a keyboard readily available that I can see, right? Because I have one on my desktop, but I got the VR headset on. But I know where these 8 buttons are. They're right next to my hand. So what choices are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So they already have, there's actually choice 0 through 9. So if I want to display air traffic control, what button do I have sitting in the cockpit? Did I do that? I see C plus control. All right. Is it on my Oculus Touch control? Nope. Is it on my Warthog? Nope. Throttle? Nope. I need to currently hit Control C. How unfortunate. Or I haven't been in here in a while. I have a button somewhere that will bring up how unfortunate. I do not currently have a button for air traffic control. I thought it was this one. All right, hold on. I still have a couple of options. Well, I just checked. Nothing is mapped for that. I have to use the keyboard. All right. Damn. Control C. And I need electrical signals turned on. Now I'm looking for man. The VR menu. I need a button for that too. Communications. Okay, I have that. So this is the panel, but it won't work unless I'm flying. All right, I want to go to restart. That's EFB. I forgot what this is. Cameras. Controls. Weather. Settings. I don't have anything to get me. What's this one? That's controls. I know what the problem is. This didn't used to be controls. That was main menu. And I really need main menu right now. Because the only alternative I have is to get out. Oh, I know what it is. Okay, goodbye. Okay. Yeah. A lot of juggling. I gotta get off of this. That's right. The current state of affairs for VR, it's a lot of cognitive overload. I want to restart my flight. Yeah, if I could solve this with MIDI controllers, I'd rather be saying, "Oh, which button is it that I gotta hit? Like, where is that button?" That's why I want my stuff in blocks, like 8 buttons for air traffic control. That's fine. 9, 10. Well, it looks like those 10 buttons have to be right there. I'm not using these sliders because sliders I'm waiting for them to load so I can get into an air traffic control situation so I can respond when they give me a bunch of choices. I want to see what the numbers are next to the air traffic control choices before I actually commit, because I have to tell MIDI key to key what key press to output when I hit these MIDI buttons, and that's work. I don't want to redo work, but apparently free flight is taking a whole lot of time to reload. So did somebody push somebody an update? Like, I've already loaded this flight and I was already in it, which means the plane was loaded, the scenery was loaded, and all you guys had to do was, I don't know, hit hit the restart. What the fuck? It I gotta change this chord. Hold on a second. I bet the chord. Show if I didn't bend another one. Where is this chord? Testing 1, 2. Testing. I can't hear myself. Now I'm reaching for stuff in the dark.
Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot Juliet Traffic Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7
Just a little bit of a kink in this chord, and it cuts off. Oh, look, they loaded it up. Now I'm reaching for a controller. They got me on a ride. They're like, we're going to taxi you out there. I'm like, are y'all going to stop too? Okay, audio. I switched sides. All right, good. Yes, they decided that the optimal location is part way through the runway. Now, this would be a good time to talk to air traffic control. VR menu. Okay, that's the thing with flight sim. It's like, shit. I had to get focused so I could give it a switch. Now I'm looking for the VR menu, which pops up sometime and not others. I don't know if it was because that controller was in a weird spot, but it always pops up in front of your face. When it, oh, ready to fly? What the fuck? All right, see, option 1 is tune TFFJ traffic, right? How did I end up doing that? I see the menu now. I don't need it anymore. Turn it on. All right. All right. Option 1 through, what the fuck? Why is it scaling up and down? I don't want to touch it, but I don't want it so far that I can't read the text. But as soon as I grab it, they make it tiny. The VR menus are really not like, could you imagine if you had a context menu popped up in Windows and you got your mouse and you right click on it and it starts getting small and big and jumping all over your screen? That's in 3D, that's the equivalent. Like, who would install Windows on their machine? And they said that they were going to make VR a platform, of its own and first class citizen in flight sim. And we got this kind of shit. That's why I'm in here trying to hack my own solution, man. It's like, what the fuck? And I'm not alone. Put it right in front of my face. Announce taxi. So it's options 1, 2, 3, and 4, right? Good. I'm hoping I can ignore 0 and 9. I always see lists that begin with option 1. Right? I'm hoping. Okay, so now in order to do that, I got to bring the controller mapping back up and see what number. Did they start with 0 and I just need keyboard 1? I think it might be that simple, but when you're engineering, you cannot guess. This stuff should start rolling smoother and faster soon. But right now it's like, oh man, what I gotta do? All right, so click that switch to bring up the controls. And keyboard. Search. Make sure I got focus. A T C. I don't know if there is a choice 0, but I'm gonna go with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I'll just make up 7 and 8. So I need numbers 1 and following. All right, I'm already in this mode, so hopefully all I have to do is leave that open as a reference. Clear. Make sure I'm hitting the right button that I want to be number 1. I'm going to peek. Okay. So I'm going to call this first row 1. E minus 2. So now they received a E0. Click that. And then new. And then what do I want to do? Generate keyboard action. Click this field and hit 1. And give it a name. Now I need voice access. Did it come on? Unmute. ATC panel choice 1. Save. That was practice. Copy. Control C. Why? That data is supposed to be the MIDI event. Cancel. Cancel. This one right here. You would hope they would put the 90047F there when I said new. But they did not. So there's a but. Hold on. If I remember correctly, I was clicking on that. Let me see if it's better if I do this with a mouse in my hand. Pretty fucked up. What? Wow. I need to be on this second monitor over here. And the mouse ain't go in there. Okay. Forget the mouse. Try this again. All right. I had to double click it. All right. Theoretically, that was it. Get out of here. Select all. Here we go again. Focus. Select all. Delete that. Backspace. Mute. All right. Okay. Take a breath. Back up for a minute. All right. What mode am I in? I don't want to ever have to ask that question. All right. I am in flight simulator mode. I need to get rid of that menu. It's in my way. It didn't. It didn't do it. What? It didn't disappear. You're shitting me. No. Focus. Get out. Click the switch. Click that switch. None of that shit's working. Close. Now, if I hit the appropriate button, that option, announce taxi, should trigger. And to validate, get out of meta, All right, I'm happy flying, and somebody asked me a question. It might take a second to get the button. Nine zero zero four seven F. On channel 1. That's a big test right there. I know they see it. If I double click it, they didn't reload it. Nine hundred zero four or 9004 7F is the value of 127. Okay. 9004 XX means any value. Edit. What's D1? All right. Maybe I need numerical keypad 1. Which would require me to, let's open the on-screen keypad. Where is the keyboard? Doesn't exist. All right, let's click in that field and hit 1. They gave me a D1. Key value 49. All right, same key's not going to do anything, right? Okay, so I need a numerical keypad. What's this? That's a menu. All right, so forget that. Let me hit the physical keyboard in that field. Numpad 1. Save. All right. Now, get out of this. Make sure the app has focus. Get out. Okay. Let's stop and restart. And Find the MIDI key. I have to stop cheating. All right. So now I try both options. Make sure that window had focus for a minute. And stop. Restart. Can I just click this? That's a good question. Uh-oh. Studio One is not responding. What's this? All right. Nah. I must hit a button. And I have to make sure the app has focus. Now, app has focus, and this has to work. Okay, let's try it with the physical keyboard right now. No, and no. All right, 0 and 0. Good. I'm glad it's not working. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let me hit numlock. Numlock is off, and I hit 0, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, good. It never triggers. So my mapping is not necessarily the culprit. All right, so good. There's hope still. All right, so let me just move all this shit out the way. And think, well, I did discover that it wasn't receiving my clicks to bring up my menus earlier. It is now. Keyboard. Let me just go old school. Look for ATC. That would be communication, right? this shit. I didn't want to make a selection. I hate to tear this shit apart, but really, the shit is amateur night. What does that say? ATC panel choice 1. It's also mapped to slew X axis translation freeze, toggle drone autofocus, toggle autofocus. What key is that? That was a numerical value. It wasn't num, because num 1 through, 9, 0 through 9 has the letters num in front of it. So I'm just looking for the 1 key. Go back. The 1 key. So why did they not accept the 1 key as input? Because I know what the keys are. If I hit Control C with focus, well, Control C is supposed to display ATC or hide it. My engine shut down. It's not supposed to because I have that all turned off.
Don't sync.
Let me drive around for a second. Just make sure everything is functional. So why is there an issue with ATC panel choices not triggering? So I probably picked some bugged shit as my first thing to try. Which is unfortunate. Because it didn't even register a keyboard input. Let me get all windows out from in front. That has been known to cause issues. Let me close that. And you see, acknowledge taxi to parking. Well, all I want to do is hit 1, right? First thing I will try Now I have focus. I'm gonna try one on the keyboard.
Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot Juliet Traffic Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910 is taxiing to parking.
I had to hit that twice. I'm gonna hit it once.
Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot Juliet Traffic Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910 is taxiing to parking.
All right, now I'm gonna hit my button. It's funny. I don't want to press until I think I'm on it. And I was on my real keyboard. All right, now here's the next test. Open a notepad. Give it focus. Wherever it decides to open. Stop. Start it again. There's all the ones. So it is working. Now, give Microsoft focus. Where's the simulator window? There we go. Oh. Take that. Windows shift right, put it over here. Can I do it again? It's just looping. Snap that to the right. I don't know. Snap it to the left. Upper left corner. Text field. Studio One. All right. Now, focus the app. Get out of meta. And I know the one key works. Now, the one key should be set to the focus app. Make sure 1 on the regular keyboard still works.
Tango Foxtrot Juliet Traffic Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910 is taxiing to parking.
That's unfortunate. All right, if I get into this mode, but click on that window, and I hit the 1 on my regular keyboard. 2 2 2 2 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1. And then hit this again. What's Microsoft doing? Let's try a non-numerical key. If I'm having problem with 1, maybe I could use Control 1. I don't know. Then you got to go and find out. Well, why is 1 a problem? Creative problem solver, right? It's like watching the paint dry. Oh. Wait a minute. Pin that. This thing needs to be in front of my face at all times. Now, ATC. Let's bring up the other menu. ATC. And mappings.
Tango Foxtrot Juliet Traffic Generic Foxtrot Oscar Golf Mike Golf. Taking off runway 10 departure to the west.
All right, this dude's in the way. I wish you could move this, but it's where they want it. Always in the way. Yeah, I get angry when I'm doing this shit. Like, thanks. He's like, you're not supposed to be there. I must be breaking immersion. Okay. Oh, fuck. Communications. Suppose I say I want it to be Control 1. I don't even want it to be a numerical key. Doesn't look like there's any overloads. I might not have even wanted to close the menu. Fucker. Maybe I want to leave that open. Okay. So now I want to hit on my keyboard Control 1. Can I do that? Nope. I need to be in meta menu. Control 1 apparently is not a good choice. Okay. I gotta figure out something that does work. I'm like, it's like with this thing on your head and all of these floating windows and options all over the place, it is sort of like an overload situation. J. Control G.
Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot Juliet Traffic Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910 is taxiing to parking.
I had to hit that twice.
Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot Juliet Traffic Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910 is taxiing to parking. Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot Juliet Traffic Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910 is taxiing to parking.
Edit. Oops. I left that on numpad 1. That sucks. How about control place there? Microsoft might have something that prevents this. It doesn't have focus though. I hope that's it, to be honest.
Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot Juliet
Alright.
Traffic Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa
Oh,
Alpha
fuck.
7910
That was
is
scary.
taxiing to parking. Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot Juliet Traffic Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910 is taxiing to parking. Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot Juliet Traffic Nightbat
Alright. I'm
341
fucking
Kilo
happy
Papa
again.
Alpha 7910 is taxiing to parking.
Now I have to change it back to the number 1 to see if it was something that I had done, because I did see that numerical. What mode am I in? Number 1. Alright. Well, take it right there with a regular keyboard.
Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot
Yes.
Juliet Traffic Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910 is taxiing to parking.
Okay. Now let's edit it to double check. Run. Focus the app. Get that off my face. Make sure the app is focused. Get back into Microsoft Flight Sim mode. Make sure I'm outputting a 1. Control A, backspace. That should piss me off too. Alright. Am I hitting on 1? No. Okay. It's the wrong field. Is there a field below that? That says D1. All right, hold on. You know what it could be? Let me hit the actual physical keyboard one and not the virtual keyboard one. That's a D1 also. Say. All right. There's your ones. All right. Focus the app. Maybe that's all I have to do. Just focus the app.
Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot Juliet Traffic Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910 is taxiing to parking. Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot Juliet Traffic Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910 is taxiing to parking. Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot Juliet Traffic Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910 is taxiing to parking. Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot Juliet Traffic Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910 is taxiing to parking. Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot Juliet Traffic Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910 is taxiing to parking.
All right. I entered that D1 using the real keyboard. I don't know if there's some special symbol in the background using the virtual keyboard, but if I hit the virtual keyboard,
Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot
it
Juliet
works.
Traffic Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910 is taxiing to parking.
All right, so if I edit this, clear that out, click in there, and I hit the virtual one, it's still a D1, and I hit, let's clear it out first, let's break it. Then put a 0, and save. And then find the key. And nothing happens, right? Go back and edit that action. Click in there and hit the virtual one and save. Focus the app. Get back in Microsoft mode.
Tango Foxtrot
It
Foxtrot
works.
Juliet Traffic Nightbat
Okay, so it has nothing to do with that.
Papa Alpha 7910 is taxiing to parking.
It's working though. Now, sometimes you change your mind and you want more options. Like, where are they? Like, I want to go somewhere because I would like to be able to choose the other options. Like, I guess I need to get up in the air and go to active pause. And see if the ATC
Approach
changes.
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910 is type Cessna Skyhawk 1 miles west of Tango Foxtrot. Foxtrot Juliet 300 feet. Request flight following.
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910 radar contact 1 miles north of Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot Juliet 400 feet QNH 101 tree.
Roger Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910.
Oh, that's the best slew I'm gonna get right there. All right, now nearest airport list. Number 2. All right, so I need a F-2. Is that correct? I don't know. I don't know which row I chose. That's what I keep guessing.
Approach Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner
It's
10
the
cancel flight
first row.
following.
Nightbat 340.
Approach Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 is type Cessna Skyhawk, 1 miles west of Tango Foxtrot. Foxtrot Juliet 900 feet. Request flight following.
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 approach. Squawk 4702.
Squawk 4702 Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10.
Double clicking, man. 2.
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner
7.
10 radar contact 1 miles west of Tango Foxtrot Juliet 900 feet QNH 101 tree.
All right.
Roger Nightbat 341
All right,
Kilo
now
Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10.
I have to turn off the dude that helps me because he's making the request for me. That's F0. I don't have focus. But that shit ain't fucking working. Focus.
Approach Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 cancel flight following.
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 approach cancellation received. Squawk 7000. Frequency change approved.
Approach Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 is type Cessna Skyhawk, 1 miles west of Tango Foxtrot. Foxtrot Juliet 900 feet. Request flight following.
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 approach.
It might be some interaction with that autopilot dude.
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 flying over the airport.
I need to map 3 and 4. Okay, they do work. It's just you got to figure out what's the scenario. Might be me bouncing back and forth between Meta and Microsoft modes. So I'm going to go ahead and finish mapping the letters because they are working. Okay, so F#2 is button 3. Did I not hit it? Let me hit them all. I think I know how to find them now. So this, that, this,
Sierra Bravo
this,
Hotel Traffic Nightbat 341
this,
Kilo
this,
Papa
this,
Alpha
and
7
that.
Niner 10 going around.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so I did 1 and 2. I need 3, which is F sharp. This one. Double click it. Enter 3. Say. Okay. The 4th one is G2, which is apparently G0. Double click it. Click 4. Unfortunately, I didn't name them. I'll do that last. This one is 5. C0. This one is 6. C sharp. Six. And this one is D. Which is 7. And this one is 8. D sharp. Then. Okay. So now I need to change the names. What the literal fuck? All right, 1, 2, 3, 4. F2, F0 is 2, which is option 2. Option 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, good. At least they're in order. ATC panel choice 2. Otherwise, you'll never be able to keep track. Unmute. ATC option choice 2. ATC option choice 3. ATC option choice 4. ATC option choice 5. ATC option choice 5. ATC option choice 6. ATC option choice 7. ATC option choice 7. ATC option choice 8.
Sierra Bravo Hotel Traffic Nightbat, 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910 is on downwind helipad 2. Sierra Bravo Hotel Traffic Nightbat, 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910 is on base helipad 2. Sierra Bravo Hotel Traffic Nightbat, 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910 going around.
I can't resize the window. Zero is back. I do need 9 and 0. Gotta love that. Nine and 0 apparently are special keys. Why? Because they got 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 9, and then 0. Uncommon options. I gotta think what I want to use for 9 and 0. 9 and 0 right here. 9, 0. Right, this is gonna be 9. ATC option choice 9. ATC option choice 0. ATC option choice 0. Mute. Only thing is, I can't see the fucking list. Back. All right, let's try 9. Now I need 5.
Sierra Bravo Hotel Traffic Nightbat, 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910 is on downwind helipad 2.
I still can't scroll that list. Now I have 5 options, right? I don't know what the first one is because the window's too short. That is out of my control right now. Just they won't let me fix it. I can make it wider, but not taller. And that was not always the case.
Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot Juliet Traffic Nightbat, 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910 miles, west 900 feet inbound to land runway 10.
I'm gonna have to memorize the numbers. Position, final, upwind leg, because I don't want to grab this controller. Crosswind leg. Go around 7. Can I find 7?
Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot Juliet Traffic Nightbat, 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910 is on upwind runway 10.
Wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot Juliet Traffic Nightbat, 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910 going around.
9.
Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot Juliet Traffic Blackfin, 1211 miles northeast inbound visual runway 28.
9's not working. 0. 9 and 0 stop working. All right. Which one is 5? That was 5, so this is 2, right? Back. back. All right. 1, 1, 1.
Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot Juliet Traffic Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 101 miles west 900 feet inbound to land runway 10.
7.
Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot Juliet Traffic Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 going around.
All right.
Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot Juliet Traffic Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 is on downwind runway 10. Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot Juliet Traffic Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 is on base runway 10. Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot Juliet Traffic Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 going around. Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot Juliet Traffic Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 101 miles west 900 feet inbound to land runway 10. Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot Juliet Traffic Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 is on final runway 10 to land. Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot Juliet Traffic Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 is on upwind runway 10. Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot Juliet Traffic Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 is on crosswind runway 10. Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot Juliet Traffic Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 is on downwind runway 10. Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot Juliet Traffic Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 is on base runway 10. Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot Juliet Traffic Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 going around. Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot Juliet Traffic Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 is taxiing to parking. Approach Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 is type Cessna Skyhawk 1 miles west of Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot Juliet 900 feet. Request flight following.
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 approach. Squawk 2 Tree 56.
Squawk 2 Tree 56 Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10.
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 radar contact 1 miles west of Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot Juliet 900 feet QNH 101 tree.
Roger Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10.
I really wish I could resize this window. It's almost like they think it is resized.
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 traffic is 6 o'clock 4 miles at 1,200 feet generic. Report them in sight.
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 traffic in sight.
Alright, ATC. Back open. Hide that. Nearest airport list. Alright.
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa, Alpha 7 910, flying over the airport.
Alright. I know that works. Maybe it is good that I used that since it had a lot of options. It was scary. But now I think.
Stall. 500. Stall.
I would be able to do autopilot stuff. Easy. Alright, so let's check my trim.
Tango Foxtrot, Juliet, traffic Blackfin, 1211 miles northeast inbound visual runway 28.
Alright.
500.
Controller. Why am I reaching for my controller? I should ask myself that question. Right. Why was I'm flying right now and I was digging for the controller. In the real world, I would never dig for the controller. So there was something I wanted to do.
500.
Okay. I had to because I wanted to get into meta mode to move the windows. Okay, I'm trying to figure out like what was it that caused me to do something that I don't want to do. This window and that window and focus window. I think I'll just keep them with the desktop. Broadcast, and I think I need to keep you with those. Alright, now that controller window. They don't remember your spot. Okay. Now, ATC, I'll leave it. All right, select runway for landing. All right, so I'm flying into an area, and now I want to tell them that I want to really land, right?
Tango Foxtrot, Juliet, traffic Nightbat, 341 Kilo Papa, Alpha 7 910, 3 miles, west 600 feet inbound, to land runway 10.
Now, I want to know if they're going to, give me approval or whatever. I guess in the air... See, I probably need to go to Princess Juliana now, because they'll probably, run me through the procedures. I think this one, it's like you just have to announce what you're doing, right? So I'm going to announce that I'm on fire, right?
500.
Tango Foxtrot, Juliet, traffic Nightbat, 341 Kilo Papa, Alpha 7 910, 2 miles, west 400 feet inbound, to land runway 10. Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot Juliet Traffic Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 is on final runway 10 to land.
Alright, I did not reach for controllers, which is the worst thing when you're on the final approach. And I think that's all I have to do. Except for lower my landing gears. Oh, I don't have gears. Do I? No. Okay. I forget how to land an airplane. Touch and go. Practice using those buttons. I know I can do all the other stuff, but I had to figure out if I could do it before I decided
Stall.
to
Stall.
go all
Don't
out.
sink.
I
Don't
thought
sink.
it was just
Don't
gonna
sink.
happen. You know what I mean? Like in your mind, all of the buttons are mapped. Then you realize it's gonna be 2 or 3 days. It's gonna be 2 or 3 days. You can imagine it way easier than actually pulling it off. But as long as that app doesn't crash, like if I'm hitting buttons and I'm hearing the feedback from the DAW, but no action is occurring, then I have to go look to see if that app crashed, because it does crash periodically. And like right now, I don't want to announce taxi. I want to go back. So I'm hoping.
Approach Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 is typed Cessna Skyhawk 1 miles west of Tango Foxtrot. Foxtrot Juliet 300 feet. Request flight following.
All right.
Nightbat 341
The window
Kilo Papa
jumped.
Alpha 7910 approach. Squawk tree 6 tree tree.
All right.
Squawk Tree 6 Tree Tree Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10.
I only have to enter when he
Nightbat
doesn't
341 Kilo Papa Alpha
talk.
7 Niner 10 radar contact 2 miles west of Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot Juliet 500 feet QNH 101 tree.
Roger Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10. Approach Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 cancel flight following.
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 approach cancellation received. Squawk 7000. Frequency change approved.
Approach Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 is typed Cessna Skyhawk 2 miles west of Tango Foxtrot. Foxtrot Juliet 800 feet. Request flight following.
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 approach. Squawk 5076.
Squawk 5076 Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10.
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 radar contact 3 miles west of Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot Juliet 900 feet QNH 101 tree.
Roger Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10. Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot Juliet Traffic Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 2 miles west 700 feet inbound to land runway 10. Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot Juliet Traffic Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 910 is on final runway 10 to land.
Five hundred.
Couldn't make the turn. That was so. It's probably in my best interest. Yep. Either you got to go left, then it's probably better to try turning left, because in a prop aircraft anyway, because the tendency is for it to pull to the left anyway. But I could not make that turn without going off into the grass. Like if I'm over here and then I try to go left, can you turn? Well, technically I didn't make that turn. But, okay, so let's say I go to the right and then hard left with a brake. That's the one thing, turning around on the runway, I gotta get better at that. Didn't make it.
Approach Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910 is type Cessna Skyhawk, 1 miles, west of Tango Foxtrot. Foxtrot, Juliet, 300 feet. Request flight following.
Oh, here's a test.
Squawk 0025 Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910.
I'm outside the aircraft. Will they take my buttons?
Contact 1 mile, west of Tango Foxtrot, Juliet, 900 feet, QNH 101 tree.
Roger, Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910.
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910 traffic is 11 o'clock, 1 miles at 500 feet generic. Report them in sight.
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 cancel flight following.
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 approach cancellation received. Squawk 7000. Frequency change approved.
Approach Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 is type Cessna Skyhawk, 2 miles west of Tango Foxtrot. Foxtrot, Juliet 1000 feet. Request flight following.
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 approach. Squawk 2611.
Squawk 2611 Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10.
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 radar contact 1 mile west of Tango Foxtrot Foxtrot Juliet 1100 feet QNH 101 tree.
Roger Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10.
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 traffic in 10 o'clock 2 miles at 1100 feet generic. Report them in sight.
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10. Have a generic insight. Approach Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 cancel flight following.
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 approach cancellation received. Squawk 7000. Frequency change approved.
Approach Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 is type Cessna Skyhawk, 1 miles west of Tango Foxtrot. Foxtrot, Juliet 800 feet. Request flight following.
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 approach. Squawk 4262.
Squawk 4262 Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10.
$500.
Roger Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10.
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 traffic is 5 o'clock 4 miles at 1,200 feet generic. Report them in sight.
Juliana Tower Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 is 17 miles southeast 200 feet with echo to land.
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 Juliana Tower. QNH 101 tree, make left downwind, runway 10.
Juliana Tower Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 say again.
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 Juliana Tower. QNH 101 tree, make left downwind, runway 10.
Enter left traffic runway 10 Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 910.
Okay, so far I handled all of that. No controller. I'm happy.
Juliana
Just
Tower
that little bit.
341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910 is unfamiliar with the area. Request directions to the airport.
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910 Airport is 11 o'clock, 15 miles.
Cheat. Let's get close. Flaps. Now, if I could control that mouse. Oh, what a joy that would be. I could, let me see. Trim, reach over for this pad right here, start wiggling my finger to move the mouse over to this pad, and then zoom in and out on it. But I do have the mouse sitting right there next to it, so I was able to do it. So that would be extra credit. Implement pinch and zoom. Okay, I'll pass on that. I don't think that pad is multi-touch like that. However, nah, I don't know about that. Be interested if that chord pad is multi-touch, supporting pinch and zoom. I actually flew some. I'm overspeeding. Oh wow, my throttle's not doing anything. Did I unplug it? No. Is there a controller being depressed? Okay, it started working again. Maybe it was a controller. I thought I unmapped that.
500.
All right, now I'm waiting to see if they talk to me. or when they should talk. Now, what's going on down there? We're just dropping ships everywhere.
500.
I don't see anything says, Nightbat 341, enter the pattern, follow big heavy on vinyl. Request touch and go. Maybe there's some more stuff down there that I can't see on the list. And it's all the user interfaces fault that I'm confused right now. What happens if I hit number 5? Six, 7, 8. One. Tower 1.
Juliana Airport information, Echo 1400 Zulu. Wind calm. Visibility 9er. Sky condition clear. Temperature 15. Dew point 1 tree. QNH 101 tree 25. Visual runway 10 in use. Landing and departing runway 28. VFR aircraft say direction of flight. All aircraft read back, hold short. Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa, Alpha 7 9er, 10 wind calm. Clear to land runway 10.
Cleared to land runway 10, Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa, Alpha 7 9er 10.
I'm not trying to take out. Oh, shit. flaps. More flaps. Full flaps. All right, let's get 2 stages. This is the part. It seems like it takes all day. To come in 300 feet per minute, somewhat under control. 450. Yeah, not looking like I'm get really good resolution today.
$500.
1450. All right, the wind is a tailwind blowing me to the right. I'm easing up on the throttle. I'm high. All right, I'm over the threshold of cutting throttle. And I'm down.
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa, Alpha 7 Niner, 10, exit runway when able.
Where's my ribbon? Did I turn off the ribbons? I think I turned the ribbons off.
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa, Alpha 7 Niner, 10, contact ground on 118.
Oh, I had no landing ribbons, but I had taxi.
118. 7 for Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa, Alpha 7 Niner 10.
Request taxi to gates. I need 3 parking.
Juliana Ground Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa, Alpha 7 Niner 10. Request taxi to parking.
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa, Alpha 7 Niner 10 taxi to general aviation parking via taxiway, Charlie Delta.
Charlie Delta. I'm looking. There.
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa, Alpha 7 Niner 10. Did you copy?
Juliana Ground Nightbat, 341 Kilo Papa, Alpha 7 Niner 10. I didn't copy that. Say again, please.
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa, Alpha 7 Niner 10 taxi to general aviation parking via taxiway, Charlie Delta.
No other options.
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa, Alpha 7 Niner 10. Did you hear my last transmission?
Y'all don't give me no more options, man. The fuck?
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa, Alpha 7 Niner 10, acknowledge last transmission.
If y'all give me something that gives me the ability to, I would. The fuck, man? Let's see, can I do that with the mouse? Where's the mouse?
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa, Alpha 7 Niner 10, ATC services terminated. Good day.
Well, you motherfuckers broke.
Generic 6 Quebec Sierra go around.
Yeah. We got color issues and everything today. Look at that.
Going around Generic 6 Quebec Sierra. Generic 6 Quebec Sierra contact approach on 128. 9 or 5. Good day.
What's all that shit? Is that somebody, that ribbons for somebody else?
One, 2, 8. 9 or 5 Generic 6 Quebec Sierra.
I'm seeing other people's ribbon, maybe.
Juliana Tower, Generic November, 9 or 16 Quebec, Sierra 1 miles west inbound RNAV runway, 10 approach. Generic November 9 or 16 Quebec, Sierra Juliana Tower. QNH 101 tree, cleared RNAV runway, 10 approach. Cleared RNAV runway, 10 approach Generic 6 Quebec Sierra.
Closing now. Okay. I would consider that success.
Generic 6 Quebec, Sierra contact ground on 118. Juliana Airport information, Echo 140, Zulu.
Juliana Ground Nightbat, 341 Kilo Papa, Alpha 7 Niner 10. Request taxi to parking.
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa, Alpha 7 Niner 10 taxi to general aviation parking.
Taxiing to general aviation parking, Nightbat, 341 Kilo Papa, Alpha 7 Niner 10.
Nothing to do there.
Juliana Ground Nightbat, 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910. Request taxi for closed traffic with Echo.
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910 taxi to and hold short of runway 10. Contact tower on 118. 7 when ready.
Juliana Ground Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910 with Echo request taxi to the active straight-out departure.
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910 taxi to and hold short of runway 10. Contact tower on 118. 7 when ready.
Taxi to and hold short runway 10 Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910.
Where's my ribbon? He told me the taxi didn't give me the ability to acknowledge that either.
Juliana Tower Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910 ready at runway 10 departing straight out. Hold short runway 10 Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910.
That seems a bit off. But I think if you're going to, this is not the way to go. You gotta go around. Oh man. It is a long way around. I'm not supposed to be here. This is for vehicles. I'm supposed to be here. Is that the whole short? Yeah, that's the whole short.
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910 QNH 10 tree straight out departure approved. Clear for takeoff runway 10.
Cleared for takeoff runway 10 Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910.
He did it for me. Ain't gonna make it.
Juliana Airport information Echo 140 Zulu. Wind calm. Visibility 9er. Sky condition clear. Temperature 15. Dew point 1 tree. QNH 101 tree 25. Visual runway 10 in use. Landing and departing runway 28. VFR aircraft say direction of flight. All aircraft read back hold short instructions. Advise controller on initial contact you have Echo. Juliana Airport information Echo 140 Zulu. Wind calm. Visibility 9er. Sky condition clear. Temperature 15. Dew point 1 tree. QNH 101 tree 25. Visual runway 10 in use. Landing and departing runway 28. VFR aircraft say direction of flight. All aircraft read back hold short instructions. Advise controller on initial contact you have Echo. Juliana Airport information Echo 140 Zulu. Wind calm. Visibility 9er. Sky condition clear. Temperature 15. Dew point 1 tree. QNH 101 tree 25. Visual runway 10 in use. Landing and departing runway 28. VFR aircraft say direction of flight. All aircraft read back hold short instructions. Advise controller on initial contact you have Echo. Juliana Airport information Echo.
Juliana Tower Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910 200 feet to land.
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 79er 10 Juliana Tower. QNH 101 tree fly left downwind runway 10.
Make left traffic runway 10 Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 79er10. Clear to land runway 10 number tree Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 79er10.
Stall.
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 79er 10 turn next taxiway. Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 79er 10 contact ground on 118. 7.
118. 7 for Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10. Juliana Ground Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10 taxi to the gate.
Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa, Alpha 7 Niner 10 taxi to Gate Bravo Tree using Taxiway Alpha.
Taxiing to Gate Bravo Tree via Taxiway Alpha Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7 Niner 10.
I made a mistake. I should supposed to say parking. I supposed to say? Yeah, I was supposed to say taxi to parking. The gate is for jets. Big boys. What is that thing? They basically dropped a whole lot of everything out here, didn't they? All right.
Generic Tree 26, exit runway when able.
I'm done. I had fun. Okay. That's probably, for my flight experience, I probably haven't had a controller in my hand for about 30 minutes.
7.
And after a while, you'll memorize the location of everything on that menu, even if you can't resize it. Now, the other thing I'm always grabbing controllers to do, apparently not when you're just free flying without a autopilot, but if I would have wanted to use the autopilot, now I'm reaching for controllers to hit all those buttons. But the main things you want is that FMS, those two dials, those two knobs, the ability to hit the enter, clear. Oh boy, you're gonna want a bank of buttons for that. Already. Now, when you start looking at what you need to hit, that direct to menu, flight plan, procedure, clear, and enter. 6 buttons right there. This other stuff, nav and heading, those are knobs, altitude, course, barometer, up and down. And then I can see that I have the switch still pressed there. That bottom row buttons on this PFD display, I'm probably not mapping none of that. But autopilot, flight director, heading mode, altitude mode, nav mode, VNav mode approach, vertical speed up, down, flight level change. That's going to be a trick to be able to know where all that is. Whoops. Like that in the dark. I think a lot of those buttons, well, I think I'm going to have to just say which of those buttons do I really feel like I want. Because I have this. And this looks an awful lot like that stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 12 buttons. I have 16, right? Yep. Autopilot, flight director, heading, altitude, nav, VNav, approach. And then you just have to look at the one you want and then scroll your hand down the list of buttons on this vertical strip. So, autopilot and flight director, heading and altitude, nav, VNav, approach, vertical speed, and flight level change. And then after that, I still have 4 free buttons. So now I think I want to do this one tomorrow for autopilots. I'm glad it's like, oh, you need how many? Well, the good thing is that all of those buttons are the same as these buttons. They're just 2 displays that are nearly identical. So if I have, let's look at this again. Autopilot, flight director, heading and altitude, nav, VNav, approach. I never know what that back course, vertical speed, nose up, flight level change, nose down. Now, I only have 4. There is direct to menu, flight plan and procedure, but I don't have clear and enter left on that. So I'll probably go with flight plan and procedure because I think those are toggles, and clear and enter, and then direct to and menu. This is going to be a trick. I might use these 2 buttons for direct to and menu. And then I just have to remember that I got to jump all the way down here. Or no. All right, direct to menu, these 2 buttons. Okay, so here is all of my PFD buttons. And then when I need direct to and menu, I'll just use these 2. And then these 8 are not currently in use. These are my ATC communication buttons. This will be my probably autopilot and flight director because I'm over here, autopilot, flight director, like that, those 2. Unfortunately, I made these 2 for options 0 and 9. So that's going to have to change. But I really want autopilot effect director right here. This I wanted to be only for views. I have these two up here, but maybe since those aren't frequently used buttons, let me think about that. Whoops. If I need clearing it, I gotta take the noise off of these wheels. These are gonna be my trim wheels. Well, I'm not gonna mess up my trim that much. Yeah, I think that's gonna be those two buttons. So I gotta do this strip, these two, and then I'll do the views last. And I'm probably not even gonna use this stuff. These will be sitting there waiting because that's a lot of mapping. I'll do the trim wheel just to see if this works. This one is easy to get to, so that'll be my elevator trim, and this will be rudder trim. Everything is right near my right hand. And my throttle mappings I still use. Drone flight is still gonna be my joystick. And space mouse.
Hold position generic tree 26.
So yeah, I probably got a day or two more mapping to do, like a full day, and then I don't know, a week to get really used to it. But I am so glad I did not autopilot, air traffic control first, because I didn't realize that most of the mental strain was, oh no, I dropped the controller. Where is it? Let me grab it. Oh no. Oh, now I'm like active pause. Then I grab this, and now I'm trying to fiddle with that menu that you can't always see what it is. You know what I mean? And then you're like, oh no, let me see if I can scroll this. If it's a long list of options, and you're like, oh wait, I touched that thing. I didn't feel any of that stress today. None of it. And I never needed to give the app focus, because when you're flying, for the most part, if you got a playlist and it's just playing, you don't have to go into the meta mode. It's only when I'm actually multitasking and working that I get into that loss of focus issue. Sometimes I'm trying to alter the volume level or restart my playlist, and that's when the app loses focus. So I really do want a button to give it focus again. Like if I click over here and mess with that, or I click play on my playlist, and then I'm like, oh no, I forgot. Oh, where did it go? Oh, there it is. Give it focus and then get back to play mode. And it's like, nah, I need a button for that. I mean, I still do have to enter meta mode in order to do stuff, right? Pause. Oh, that's the other thing. These popped out windows don't always receive mouse input. So now you're like, oh, well, at least I foreground the app somewhere on my desktop. And it's like, well, unfortunately, the answer to that is no, because if it's on a window, on a desktop that has the game on it, it ain't gonna jump in front. So I really think that desktop is only ever gonna have the flight simulator on it. And just move everything off of there. Because that's a stress point right there. Same thing with trying to get like literally everything. Although I think this window casting can't be minimized. But anything I might find myself feeling like I don't feel like I need to deal with this app at all. Let me see if I can minimize casting. No, right? As soon as I did that, my broadcast, yeah. So that has to be open. It doesn't have to be in the foreground, but it has to be not maximized, but not minimized. Okay, now Copilot, I should probably move that to the other monitor. Alright, so this monitor is cluttered. This monitor should have the simulator. And that way I know it's in the foreground. Now, once I click a window, no impact. So, well, we already know that's true. So I don't think I need the on-screen keyboard for anything. And OBS does not need to be matched. Now, Copilot is front and center right now. If I say this, where did it go? It went back home. I can't get Copilot to get off of that monitor. No, you have to tell it, hey, undock yourself. Now, I would like to tell it some more. Like, don't be in the middle of my monitor. Maybe if I pop it out. Okay, so now it's like, well, I'll be in the browser then. I'm like, okay, I'll tell you what. How about I dock you to the left? Can I? But now the question is, what happens if I hit this button? I got Copilot in the middle. I might just let Copilot occupy the middle. Why? Because I don't necessarily have much of a choice. If I hit this button, I know it's going back. Alright, if I hit this button, it's going to the browser. If I hit that button, it comes back. but I'll take that because it didn't get in front of the game. All right, so now if I foreground OBS.
Servicios integrals 107, hold position caution, other traffic.
I'll foreground that music.
Generic tree 26, hold position caution, other traffic.
All right, so everything is going on that monitor.
Hold
I
position
wish I could tell
107.
this one
Hold position generic tree 26.
to be on my other monitor. And apparently it did. Check. So I can have that where I'll be needing it
Servicios integrals
mostly.
107, continue taxi.
Alright, so I have unmute. What time is it? They
Roger,
can't
Servicios
answer that.
integrals
Mute.
107.
Mute. Alright, so that's on this monitor. So this is the actual working monitor. Right? I need my music. Suppose I don't know where it is. I hit that. There it is. Alright, cool. Alright, I need to look at an instrument because now I'm multitasking. Where did you appear? Right here. Good. Alright, I'm mapping keys. So where you? Alright, what about you? Where's the MIDI? Right here. Alright, this is my working monitor. My music. Can I dock the music? Alright, so now I got a bunch of gibberish all over this monitor. It really is nasty. Can I make it prettier? Alright, now. That's why I like to use these other windows as icons. Because I can at least click on them to foreground whatever I want to work on. Alright, so I got that. This one, there it is. I wish I could make these smaller. That's my biggest request. Even bigger than make them usable, like context menus actually show up, you know, that kind of use. But I'll take what I can get. Those are the ones I need to find at a quick glance. Now this one, I just needed to be able to focus. This is my workstation. I wish you could like put around small icons around the border. These, like if you could just make those like little squares around the perimeter. So I don't have to keep looking away in order to foreground what I want. Alright, suppose I open MetaTune. What's gonna happen? and tune that. All right. And keyboard. All right. So this is fully functional. Now I did a bunch of multitasking and I want to go back to flying. So I moved this up somewhere out of the way. And then I'm like, can I exit? No. This is why I need a button to foreground this app. And I know I have one map, I just forgot what it is. It's some note on some controller. I think they forgot my mapping. Yeah. That's okay, because I moved stuff around, so I have to redo all that. What bank am I on? I'm on bank AB. Yeah, so that did not foreground, so for now, foreground it. I should foreground that bitch on any MIDI press. Is there a global odd MIDI note?
Generic 6 Quebec, Sierra hold position caution, other traffic.
If I had a generic on MIDI note,
Generic 326 hold position caution.
I'm gonna find out if this thing supports that. If what thing? This thing.
Generic 6 Quebec, Sierra continue taxi.
Any MIDI note is what I would want on
Roger,
any
Generic
channel.
6 Quebec, Sierra.
I know
Hold position generic
Stop
326.
listeners, all channels. Then I want to hit new and see data. I could say on a MIDI note on, but data cannot be empty. But see all those X's? That looks to me like don't care. If you got a MIDI event, do me a favor. Or I could do send MIDI. Send MIDI active on channel message type note on. But I would have to make that. This thing would have to be on everything I ever mapped to send that keyboard focus. That's insanity. I mean, application focus. So that's insanity. So start program active. But that again is on a receive MIDI event. So that's unfortunate because there's no way to launch or activate a program on anything unless, suppose you deselect that and then it's undocumented if it worked. What is a MIDI note off? 804200. But you don't always get. Oh yes you do. 80. But over here, that G4 is a 90. So that doesn't work either. Unfortunate. So I have to have a specific key to foreground the app. But that's okay. That's what I thought to do the first time anyway, so now I know. Okay, so that's, I'm gonna leave my screens like that for now, give that focus, get out of meta mode. Nope, can't leave those windows in my view. And then taxi for takeoff options or ground services. Button 3. Oops. Tune ATIS.
Juliana Airport information echo.
Still works. Okay, good. I know how to use it.
Visibility 9er. Sky condition clear. Temperature 15. Dew point 1 tree. QNH 101 tree 25. Visual runway 10 in use.
Okay, so I need to capture for that, for those buttons.
Advise controller on initial contact you have echo.
You hear these? When I click the sound right here.
Information Foxtrot 1500 Zulu. Wind calm. Visibility 9er. Sky
That.
Juliana ground Nightbat. 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910 ready to taxi. Close traffic with Foxtrot.
I wonder if I can find those sounds.
341 Kilo Papa Alpha 79er.
Man, I'm gonna have to. I ain't gonna find shit. I'm gonna record that. It's coming in on channel 5, right? Let's look.
7 when ready.
Alright,
Juliana ground Nightbat. 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910 ready to taxi. Departing straight out with Foxtrot.
Alright. Somewhere that click should come in.
Taxi to and hold short runway 10 using taxiway Alpha Nightbat 341 Kilo Papa Alpha 7910.
Right there on that blue channel. Alright, now. Yep. All I gotta do is record that. I'd have to silence everything else or increase the volume. I need sound options in settings. How do I get to settings? Escape.
Windward 628, hold position, caution, other traffic.
Do I have focus? Nope.
Hold position, Windward 628.
Yes.
Windward 628, continue taxi.
Nah. That sound, I just heard it there too. I think I can get it from anywhere out here. I think that's just a generic click button. That. Or I can just go find one. User interface is already maxed out. So I could say, oh, I want to get it clear. All these hundreds. Master volume max. Just make everything else 0 for now. All right, now. Like that. Now. Go over here, get on here. Make sure I'm recording that channel. Hit record, let it count. Stop. Control Shift. Select. I used to have loop follow selections and I got tired of that shit. I need it back. Hello, loop follow selection. What's the problem? Well, I think this one, can I just turn it off? All right. Did I need to do that? Loop selection. No. That click. I can use the click for my trim wheel. Now, my mind is saying, do I want to normalize that? But I'm trying to figure out the implications. Like, right now, that channel is 100%, no reduction. My main output should be, oh shit, is that negative 15 dB? No, it's 0 dB. Okay. Now, right now it's at an acceptable level. Let me change this loop. Hello. Let me stop it. Can I change that loop? All right, so I have an event, right? I don't want to change any gain anywhere else. So if I say normalize audio, I think that's a bit overkill, right? Now, which is the gain? I forget. Okay, so now let's say I was happy with that. Let me close the non-essentials and get my space back. Control. Shift. Slice. Slice. Where's my slicer? Alright, how about if I pick that and then try to slice? What? That little dot is in my way. Let me go to edit. Click on the event. Did I mess it up? Close enough. All right. There's a slice. Now, let's do DDJ. Whoops. I want to grab it and drop it. Studio One notification. Open? I don't want to open. I want to drag one around. I want to take this clip . Send to new impact. No, I don't want to send it to a new one. I want to include it on the one I got. So I swear I should be able to drag and drop and let go. Like I got it already. Okay. Alright. Copy pad. Paste. 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 Check. Save. Fucking save. Update. I hope update does it and that's all I have to do. But I am a little paranoid about having to come back. door. I think that's probably all I needed to do is update it. Oh shit, the fuck? What the fuck did I just do? Was I in the wrong? Yep, I must have screwed up. Maybe. But, well, oh wait, I should be able to paste. Okay. Not really sure about that. Let me save my project. Sorry, nah. Focus. And no inputs. But it's some weird shit like that. It's working. I just tuned ATIS, but I don't hear any ATIS. Information service. I forgot what it means. Aeronautical something that. That's why I want a co-pilot button. What's the keyboard? Yeah, I can make one because that's a keyboard shortcut in and of itself. I think it's a Windows C though. I don't know how I would tell it the Windows button. Maybe you can change that. In aviation, what does ATIS stand for?
In aviation, ATIS stands for Automatic Terminal Information Service. It is a continuous broadcast of recorded aeronautical information in busier terminal areas. ATIS broadcasts contain essential information such as current weather information, active runways, available approaches, and any other information required by pilots, such as important NOTAMs, notices to airmen. Pilots usually listen to an available ATIS broadcast before contacting the local control unit, which helps reduce the controller's workload and relieves frequency congestion.
It's 10 in the morning. What? But mappings are going pretty well. It was a rough, scary start. There's some quirks. However, did she say aeronautical terminal information service? I don't know. Let me look it up one more time. Maybe it'll stick. All right, where's the window? I'll just leave these down low. Oh no, I'm gonna have to kill it anyway. I'm gonna lose all of that. That's the thing. I wish they could remember what windows you had where in Meta Quest Link mode. Alright, so what are we doing? We're trying to find out what she just told me. Automatic terminal. Like, I'm at the terminal. Information service. The IS is easy. Automatic. Well, it automatically plays in a loop over and over again. It's a continuous broadcast, so it's automatic. And of recorded aeronautical information. That's why I get confused, because AI, aeronautical information. So I thought that was aeronautical something. Transmission. Automatic Terminal Information Service. Good enough for me. All right. I will call that success. Thanks for watching. Am I still moving? Oh, my broadcast hasn't frozen in a while. Oh, this camera was supposed to show all my buttons, but you know, I'm working it out. And I gotta remove my watermark and this thing that was there for, you know, to distinguish this broadcast from another stream I had going out simultaneously. But that is no longer required, and it can only hurt. It's like, we're not going to push that broadcast. He's advertising 3 platforms, right? Stuff like that. I figured 2025, my broadcast should be legit.